My check, my check. Hello, hello, hello. What about it? I love down there. You're always running, running. All right. Wait, my too loud. Ooh. Uh. All right. So today, before me, we turn on the whole sharing shit, share my screen and shit. I'm about to do the Trailblaze mission. Um. Oh yeah, I'm going to do like an update. Oh, and you know what? If people have been keeping up with me, they're going to see that I have my I have videos out on Honkai Star Rail. So I got Cataris, however you want to pronounce that shit. All right, I just set up everything so we can hear the music in the background and whatnot. All right, this not seeing but call me crazy. Oh wait, my dumb. I had that shit on mute. Let's go over the shit that I have for this. All right, so up next is Annexa. Okay, so it's 4, and also oh, and 3, 4 and 3. I'm going to fight hard as a motherfucker for get Annexa. I don't know if I can reach like 20 plus. This. I doubt it. I doubt it. They're giving us like 1,600 more for that shit. So that this for finish up, we get the extra 60, and that would be that. Where is it? Oh, here it is. So a week more, and I can get 1,600 of that from Firefly. I'm gonna be like up like 10,000 something, or probably 11,000. Anyways, what is a story recap? View the story recap. What is the story recap? Oh, all right. I mean, all right then. All right. So the only time this gonna get hype is when.
Need something? If not, then I'll be leaving.
Only time this gonna get hype is when we're in at the hype parts of it. Other than that, no. Now look too deep into this shit. Memmy mem. Memmy mem mem mem.
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday mundane tasks. Anything but my actual studies.
Precisely. As I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas. May I ask, Lady Aglaya, has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the Flame Chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Dromus draped in finery?
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the Dromas. Despite his insufferable arrogance, I do hold a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve. Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
He was indeed chosen by Circes. Is something weighing on you, Cass? The golden thread is quivering. I sense there's more to this exchange than idle chatter.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the core flame. However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
Just as I feared.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest. You're here. Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial? It seems that this sacred beast is just as indispensable, given their intricate ties to the Titan.
Memmy mem, memmy mem mem, mem mem, memmy mem.
Surrendering the core flame is a Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated. However, I urge you to carefully consider the risks of accepting the trial. Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Orynyx's divinity and bear the time of Amphorius, all on your own. From that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again, until the end of Genesis. On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you. It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations. There are still many priests of Yanissopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
Hero.
Makes you go mem and say certain words in like English. I don't get it, but it's goddamn funny to me, though. At times, not every time. I just never expect it.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well. Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the Abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinem will call for you when the ceremony is ready. It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima. Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude. When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
The thing about like the whole dialogue thing is it's just kind of annoying because when you leave it on like, what's the fucking word again? I don't remember the word, gang. I really and truly don't. It's auto, yeah, auto. I don't know how the fuck I forgot auto. Like when you leave it on auto, it's like it takes a fucking while for them to like say the next thing. It like takes a break, like oh, here's a breather for them to get through the whole conversation. Nigga, you already yapping. Continue the fucking yapping. Anyway, real soon.
Mister, previously, I lent her an anthology of poems. Although personal properties should be clear, it just contains an allegory. In a faraway land, in a city known as Styxia, it swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However, having lost memories of her... The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who traveled to many cities. Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive. That's right. Writing, drawing... despite having forget it.
You see what I'm talking about? They love to yap, dog. In this game, they love to yap. I don't get it. Like sometimes it's not even really important, but they just do it.
right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. I wouldn't call it trouble.
Brother, it's still taking me out, dog, that they still haven't got someone to like
Some
voice
background
Dang Hang.
information for you.
Brother,
The
just
Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years.
you know what? It's the fucking anniversary for the game. Why? Why let it be that part of the game is still fucked up? Just I'm not sure what's going on with the voice actors and shit like that. It was like part of a strike, but I don't know, bro. Like they need to fix this shit though. They can literally just get someone like probably an interim in the meantime, or just get someone new. I don't know why Dang Hang, the literally one of the main cast of this fucking arc, is speechless for what? 3 fucking patches, dog. Man has no voice for 3 fucking patches. I'm tired of it. It fucking sucks. It takes you out of the fucking story. And like he's still in the story, you can't take him out. You can give him less, but still, even when it's like less time with him, it's weird because 2 of them came down together, so it should be both of them. And it's fucking annoying to see that they can't get a fucking voice actor. Just replace the guy. At this point, just fucking replace him. If he, yo, that's why I would say that's why I quit, but I gave this game less time of my time. I only play it when I want to nowadays.
This is the most important, despite her vision.
Yo, like I used to play this game every day, but now I just take a step back from it because all this bullshit is happening. Like I want to be in Weather and Waves a lot more, but I got in it. I leveled them up, and this was like recent. I think it was like March or some shit. It was very recent. I got back into Weather and Waves and shit like that, and I leveled up some characters. I tried to get this new character, bro. They gave fucking dog. You fucking catfish me. I was like, yo, I have enough. I can do this. And then all of a sudden, I don't have him. Like, I was like, this is enough for the fucking weapon and him. They gave me fucking Setharoth. Setharoth is not in fucking Weather and Waves, but they have someone who looks like him. I forgot his name. Calyrex? No, wait, that's a fucking Pokemon. Something along the lines of a C name. I forgot the name of it. So, but yeah, but it was just like, imagine I barely played the game. I got enough to like get that, but I didn't get him. So I just said, fuck it. Because I'm not really like the only person I ever summoned for was the main guy. No, not the main guy, was the first unit in the game that when it came out last year. Was it last year? Yeah, it was last year. Last year, September, the game came out. And I couldn't play it because my phone was shit, my computer was shit. So I couldn't play it. A lot has passed. Bro, like there's this healer that opens a domain expansion. I wanted her, couldn't get her. They gave her a free one. I couldn't get it because I couldn't play it on nothing. And I think that's what like took me out of Weather and Waves. I'm not even ready for Endgame yet, bro. Endgame is fucking kicking my ass. Unlike this, like how much games do I have to play now? On the computer wise, I have ZZZ, Weather and Waves, and Honkai. I have other games like console games and this shit, but my time spent is no more on my phone than playing type of games. And I'm glad I don't really spend much money. Actually, I spent money on like Weather and Waves the first time because I said, yo, I have to get him. I spent money, I got him. But I don't know, bro. I don't know when I'm going to make a revival to that game because I'm realizing slowly but surely they're like most of these games are putting out women mostly. Like there's barely any cool dudes. They're kind of going for that Guna effect, and I hate it. Like I like women, right? But I like them to be like cool, crazy, powerful. Nowadays, they just say, hey, here's Goon. Have you seen fucking ZZZ? Bro, almost everything in ZZZ is like Goon now. Bro, the coolest one they dropped was Miyabi. I had to go for her. I had to. She was so fucking cool. I had her. I got her weapon. I got her teammate. Not the pink hair one, Yasashi or whatever. I don't know. It's the guy. I just got him because no, we got him for free, and I just went for his weapon. So I have that. From that, I played the game and realized they were dropping more Goon material. I just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm done. No, no, it was when they let out that pop star. I was like, I don't care about her, dog. I really and truly don't care. Because it's not like it's very support needed. Like, like in this, you have like supports. You have like your buffers, your DPS. It's not like that. Your base guy is just all out damage. You can probably have one of them. They have a tank in the game as well, but you don't really use them. I don't know anyone who actually use the fucking beer or the Seth. I use Seth sometimes, but not anymore. I should stop talking because this game is going to go like for 3 to 4 hours.
Every 5 to during the assembly. That is correct. We can refer to that. The Citizens' Assembly is...
Me?
I'm afraid that the Council of Aglaya will surely take back Cersei's core flame. But with Anax's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him. He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time... Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught many Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of... As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time. Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always go and rest and... Oh, right.
I'm not reading that.
Esteemed one, Orynyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphoria's.
Little Grey, your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise you. Get ready to assume... The divine position of Orynyx has already... We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates. The 8th core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great Vale of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the 2 elected heroes of the Chrysos heirs. A traveler who is upright and courageous. Who? Both of you, please, come forward. Recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world, we seek your divinity. Fill our bodies. These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn. Please. And surrender. has been waiting.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor. The last time I heard this, things didn't turn out that well.
Don't worry, Aglaya. He's tougher than I am, right?
Traveler from beyond the sky. Let us pray that the
Although he loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, his determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. He will definitely succeed. While he's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Speak.
Slap, slap, wake up! How is it? How do you feel? Right? I think that it's amazing too! Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I have such a cute voice! It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen. The words of the Titan are becoming clearer.
Mother, it hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
Or next. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure we are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
Memories broken. Mother, where? You. It's you. I remember you. Skyfather has gazed upon you. Mother is calling for you. Skyfather has chosen you. Mother is no longer responding. Something important, an important matter.
Orynyx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders. There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Orynyx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come.
Freedom. Freedom. I want freedom.
Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
You have potential, strength, willpower, powerful, and tenacious.
What is it?
What you lack is a future.
Future?
Traveler from the sky, you should have dissipated already. The gaze from Skyfather. Stabilize your form. Because from the moment you cross the sky, your life was cast away. Right now, you are simply a collection of walking memories.
What? How is that possible?
The space is collapsing. Someone must inherit. If the pillar is lost, the laws of time will collapse. Amphorius will succumb to eternal disorder. Time never compromises, never bears grudges, never forgives, never makes a choice. Child of humanity, Titans, Mother, Sky Father, time restrains everything that exists in this world.
Orynyx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end?
Pathstrider of remembrance, my strength, I shall entrust it to you. The fate of the world. If you wish to save it, go and find your future that has been stolen. Even if that means you'll have to cheat death. You'll have to challenge that. Hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding fingers.
Not going to lie, that was kind of good. That that had me that had me looking at the screen like, yo, what the fuck you talking about, fam? Like, I'm dead. I'm just memories walking around. I'm an empty husk with just memories. That's actually kind of crazy. Anyways, we move.
heard you two talking about Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning. She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her. Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosairs already know everything that has happened to you. I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
Brother, that is crazy. Downtown got knocked out right after doing first aid to me when I was basically like comatose, dead and shit. That's fucking insane. So I died coming to Amphoros. Oh, that's Story. All right, Story. You're doing something right now. You're cooking.
Mister, I'm right here. Please stay there and please pardon me. Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything. Back at the Grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason. I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier. Mister, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me. I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, mister, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me. I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape. But perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time. We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away. Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance. The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it. It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, mister. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon. I know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Amphorius needs you. Lady Aglaya and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well. Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
More species are disappearing.
So basically, I found that I'm dead on arrival, coming to this new region. Wait, where the fuck this shit at? It is fucking insane that we went through like 2 patches already and found out that me, when I'm gaining godhood, I'm dead. That's fucking crazy.
They're here.
That partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel? That's the medical prowess of the Twilight Courtyard. Amazing, isn't it?
You've completed the trial of time. And I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. 2 people who have cheated death would appear in Akima at the same time.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akima for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Many have had this idea, but so far, there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her. I'll try and get her to return to Akima, but do be prepared for a less than ideal outcome. Please understand that throughout the history of Amphorius, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death.
Don't take it to heart, partner. After all, you've already created countless miracles along the way, right?
But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan. Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
I'm back here again. I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Amphorius are we?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Hand of Shadow. Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm? Not Netherrealm.
Then where is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you, me. Listen.
What? The traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tide. The sound of tides. I can hear it. I hear it, deep within the tides. Beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice, about to recount something.
Child of humanity, is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency? Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm. Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best, you'll see 15 more entry hours.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Lord. It's been a while, Lord Anaxagoras. I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima, and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
There are Antikytherans here? They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You can see them too?
You know about us. We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar. If necessary, Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to protect your fundamental rights.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threads, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you having a countermeasure?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends. While I, Anaxagoras,
serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akuma's Citizens' Assembly. Have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus.
Very well. She's been waiting. Follow? Is there something on your mind?
Nothing, really. It's just a question that
Upon...
Well...
Are you suggesting that...
Yes. In contrast to mortal... Perhaps the...
Could you...
Circe's.
Oh.
Because I completely... Please, Professor.
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawn Cloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace, with entry permitted only to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
I'll notify Kindness and the others of your arrival. In the meanwhile, you are welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view.
I'm well aware of Kindness's methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the Grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware, I can hear you perfectly well from here.
Looks good. Is that all? Ha!
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Looks like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Anaxagoras. I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As Kephale's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being. Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan. As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right?
Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting him?
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the God of Deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave. Go as far away from here as possible.
Professor Anaxa! Over here!
Is that all?
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the Fates.
You could say it's the Fates toying with us.
It's only the Crimnoans and not. So, are you here to report the incident to the Council? I heard that after.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood and repelled the Black Tide, she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akama, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? I've had enough of your prattling.
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions, so I came to listen in. But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours, just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you truly think. I've had enough of this. Could the 15th entry hour arrive any faster?
Oh.
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Circe's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit, to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawncloud this time is not just to seek protection. What, then, is the intention behind your actions?
The entire plan is stored in my memory. So why don't you look there?
Then don't mind if I do. 1-year-old? Oh my. Even a member of the preeminent Seven Sages?
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling. This must mean that behind this toy hides a secret that no...
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This... Could this be...
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of the Thesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember...
Not only that, he also believed that life, since all living things stemmed from the same origin, why could I not sacrifice myself in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest?
Anaxa? I did it, teacher! But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre. Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Calm down, teacher. My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm. Even to this day.
What?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye. Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Oh, let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
I am sincerely glad for you.
I wish to continue Thesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his...
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of the souls is but the tip of the iceberg. I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world, I have grasped the truth with my bare hand.
However, this story...
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
As unfortunately, even if I was willing.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned reason type...
Child of humanity.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to...
Not only that, you're the only one who can...
Lord Anaxa. I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium. I have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady Kindness has...
Carefully. The one... If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grip.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride.
A student of Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet in...
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead. I'll take my leave for now.
Welcome to the demigod.
Lord Anaxagoras. Oh, I've head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany. Notorious blast. Did I miss anything?
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand...
Everyone stand.
Thank you for understanding.
No need to be humble,
So...
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict, as to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, and since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation...
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your...
I don't deny it. But now that you're an ally of ours, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters, just like how there are two types of people in this world. Genius...
Welcome back. Surely you remember that this tiny stage is may the both of us carry out our duties.
Oh my, 15 days and nights.
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions.
What strong conviction you have.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation.
Oh, you say that now, but...
You worry too much. She won't
Even someone...
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it the bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that your talk is cheap. So you...
I understand. After all this, let us decide how much we can secure. Continuing from the earlier talk, she is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama. Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seat, is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman?
I believe you're aware of Castorus the Executioner. Long before I returned to Akama, Aglaya had already dispatched her to monitor, as compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain...
At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who... However, I regret to say that. Tell me, what are you...
Although the circumstances are rather unfortunate, the Council of Elders needs more. At the very least, I have served as the Grove's special envoy to Akama for a significant...
In the name of Kefali, at this stage, the Council of Elders has...
I am incredibly honored to have as the Theoros, I have observed the...
Oh.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness?
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are... So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wish to chat with me, and however, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. No, more like 2 core flames. At the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death.
Oh?
Is that of importance? If Aglaya can seize me in full view of the masses today, is this the outcome that you wish to...
Fine. But you do best to remember this. Unless, of course, you crave cruel...
I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me.
Dying to know what I'm...
I mean, I'm the reason, Titan.
Easy there. I didn't bring it up with her, purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly... The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros.
Unexpected. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali. I have no reason to
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core, she's wary of me.
In my view, this individual, are you still with...
Yes, very much so. All living creations are... Please, go ahead. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion...
What buckler I want to them and make people a guide when I'm tired of this dog. Just make me go on.
Holy mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Hear that? It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Go on ahead. Take this.
I have to admit.
Because I know I believe Kefali will not. It is my hope that you bring.
Looks good.
Honestly, This is my first time going up to Dawn Cloud's peak.
What a splendid view.
Well, and even though I've come this far...
I must...
Oh? Haven't you... Alright.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh?
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight.
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now?
Fine then. I guess I...
Wait. Is that... Hey.
Huh? What?
Do we...
Ha! Oh? Why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias?
Huh. It's on the Black Tide destroyed every...
How could that be even a creation of Georios?
Hey, Cersei's.
Nias? No.
I just saw him.
No.
This is a departed spirit.
Enough about me. Did cows...
Well...
Cows? I've never heard of...
Look on the bright side, Nias. Hey! Are you seeing that same...
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but...
Cows?
Never mind. The souls.
What?
Beats me. For all I know, you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments.
This nigga is smirking.
Keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits.
Fine. If this is indeed as I thought, then this will be very amusing. So...
Of course. If I knew we had to climb a mountain...
I guess that...
Keep your sarcasm to yourself. I am Calypso of the eminent Seven Sages, after all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Calypso? No, she can't be. I would know her name if she really were. Hey, Cersei's. They're gone. Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
Oh, beautiful old world. Where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal realm. Splendid gods once walked the paths we walk.
We're here. Finally. So, very well then. Did I... So... I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides. This time.
Since we've come this far, Let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
Yes, and...
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the air. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes. I have faith in him.
That reminds me.
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Everything that I see and hear this time, what may seem like a mundane conversation, is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. But no, I will not do that. That isn't important, because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea after all.
What the fuck?
What are you think? Is that so? I stood at this very spot back. Don't read too much into it. You get what I'm saying. But there will always be peeps just... Yeah, in any case... Have you forgotten that you're
Buddy, we'll do this shit right now. You can't be. You can't make this up, dog.
Really now? Or you could I'm kidding.
Of course, when I did down, I said about my need to go take out.
Sure, I'll play along.
What's your name? Acheron for just deal with them, but no.
Curiosity, endless riddle. Nothing but a boy. Time to twirl. Mimi. I don't have time. Open sesame. Watch it crumble. Time to twirl.
Watch your head.
The black. Anyway, never mind that. This is new. I didn't. Might is an understatement. Anaxa has yet. It is also this very blasphemer that's Cersei's favorite. Oh? Let me have a... By the looks of them. Sure, go ahead.
Anaxa often says, perhaps to him, it's a I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Me boom.
This is the Library of Philia. Other than books written, we've had more than our Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. Whew. There are too many. I can already see. Why else would they call him the Great Performer? When Anaxer established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what human. They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could. Though what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholars' allegations. The first allegation was. Do you agree? Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer. You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact. Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili, and this is even more so for the. Thankfully, they had no. One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of work. It was only after a brief silence that he answered. I have Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved. But what's for certain, at least, is that, by the way, this I'm talking about Anaxa's out. It's a well-kept secret. Among the even the administrator with the Grove in this state. This is the place. Materials for No, not huh? What's going on? Danny, look at. My biggest fear. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on. Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Do you remember when the Black Tide was approaching? The Grove had planned to send Cersei's. That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason? Put yourself in his shoes, knowing that. When the Black Tide came, the true reason No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came... The manuscripts detailing up... Like... what? No. He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us...
Of course not. This is just an image from a projection device. The day-night cycle, much like how the sky...
So...
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. Often people know...
And they're just deluding. We have already realized...
So much time. Why? As a sage of the Vener, but above all else...
But I can't...
You're right. Go. Find out what we are.
Child of... You didn't go to such lengths.
If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself...
Before...
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging... They call me a blasphemer, sir. As I see it, Titans are simply a force that mankind...
Oh, if power that right...
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans? The source of life is what I wish to grab. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown.
And by the sound of it...
No. I have already drawn a conclusion.
Professor Anaxa. I'm here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusion. However, in accordance...
As you wish.
Don't you care to know what the...
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you...
Before I begin, as unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, the reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you...
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember...
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event.
Because that wasn't you. That was Calypso. One of the 7 sages of the Grove.
Calypso?
Huh? Oh, that's the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade?
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your... Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world. So who could they be? The answer is evident. Those fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans, because they all evolved from one. Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing.
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing. Actually, why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can...
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods. But all we need to do is look at this. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
I
have news from Hyacinth and Dunhawk.
Kefale? But...
That is... He is indeed the great performer. No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitor. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just till then.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing!
It's been a while. What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Krateros.
Shh! Keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
My bad.
Did you hear thunderclaps last night? Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw a spear bearing several words at Akama.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos.
I figured this is something you would want to know.
You have my gratitude.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. Those lackeys she keeps under cover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days.
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back.
By Catholic into Lenten above, as the Theo...
Aglaya!
I know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past...
What?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long. This has come a lot soon.
Yes, this...
It is far easier for the Council of Elders. There is no glory in winning this debate. But that makes having respect for humans...
I appreciate what you've taught me. Good luck.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today. Dearest counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city where they hope to rest under Kefali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an eye?
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Let the three Titans of Calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those Titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again. Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death. With the help of these two heroes, I can promise...
Aren't they Chrysos heirs?
It's clear from the start that these heroes do not get along well in their group.
All the more proof that Aglaya is unfit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Castorus? Why are you standing?
You finally arrived, Anaxa.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, tell me, dear, if we successfully...
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of...
He's one of the seven sages.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the black...
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about?
Oh. Could it be that you heard that? Citizens, let's loudly sing the blessing.
After the destruction of the three titans of...
This is bad.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence.
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death.
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be... Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support...
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Akama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the flame chase...
Well...
Well, it seems that when I sent...
My apologies, everyone. In actuality, a past...
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier.
Anaxa.
Yes.
Have you heard of this tale about the ocean god's treasure? It was a seaside town which enjoyed the ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the until one day, an evil dragon descended. It barged into the tall tower. The queen assembled 300. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace. The princess was reborn. The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians. And worse still, the souls of the deceased refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well. Until... Actually, I don't know what happened next either.
Oh, my... It seems that you still like to whet people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia. So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image. And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Oh, my goodness. Is this cliffhanger really...
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid...
Dragon, huh?
In that case, what do you think of it?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a...
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Therefore,
a fable, you see.
I guess it might be.
Oh? I thought. What?
No.
Indeed. As of course.
If I imparted my. Would you.
What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. If such a mighty. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to. My time is finally here.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
Fortune makes fools of us.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice. How absurd. My time is. What should we do?
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave the.
That's right. Don't allow the fog.
Trial. But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise.
Amphorius' history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself? I have long held three hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior.
Regarding this matter, Nias, are you confident?
Of course.
Looks like you have made up your...
Yes, this...
Completely separating courage, honor, tenacity. You...
Please, young lady. Witness my fall.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
Because this is our destiny. The power that was furthermore. A valorous death before glorious return has always... Let's chat, young lady. Since there's still time.
Of course. As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us. And that means...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans, before they attain their divinity. If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia? Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that...
Honor.
And finally...
Cheer up, young...
All farewell. Although only a
sliver of your soul remains.
To be honest, I don't know. I am just
Enjoying?
Indeed. And now I have reached.
But when you depart, the more separation and death are two.
Finally, the first time I returned from the battlefield, the calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from... It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned to... It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I wasn't angry in the slightest. Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the road? To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss? Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead to...
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Therefore, young lady...
The embodiment of strife, telling me about the majesty of the world.
Indeed. I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to under... It is time for me to know when that moment finally...
I knew this day would eventually...
Are the both...
Polixia, I'm here. What?
This is quite interesting indeed.
Is this Polixia's sister? Is it me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of?
That I won't be able to do it.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on.
Even if it was prophesized, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death sacrifice. I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different. I was the one who wasted your life after all.
You're wrong, Polixia. I don't think that my life was wasted. Just the opposite. When I finally arrived at this destination and looked back at the journey I took, I discovered that flowers had long since bloomed along the path I walked. It was you who sowed the seeds for this sea of flowers. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate.
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Well then, tell me, what exactly are we? I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side. We're twins, after all. All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you love?
Death. It is such a... Even now, this is why. In the prophesized new world, go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl. Our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance to the Netherrealm and grant you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred daylight. Remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. As for the price of our equivalent exchange, let me be the one to pay it.
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough. I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed just like the flame chase journey of today.
What a startling revelation.
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
Besides, those twins in the past.
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town? The birthplace of alchemy and the tale of the dragon. In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Vagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
the new Sporist masterpiece. The Philosopher's Stone. Remember? I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. Think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever.
Simple. I shall merely admit to the entire world that my experiment was a failure. However, my line of thinking will not... Actions speak louder than words.
I've already searched for so long. But before I leave...
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul. If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
I understand.
Hey, child of...
Don't get antsy. I still remember as a scholar. I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions.
I merely wanted to... If so, rebirth...
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a now I'm merely forsaking my body.
Why are you always finding ways to die?
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all?
No. It means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all have created.
That's...
Lady Aglaya, You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness desire to... Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to... But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Honestly, it's difficult for me to assess the pros and cons in this decision. The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this...
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that a world without death.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve. Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
I have always hoped to... Styxia. Go. Castoris.
I hate to... If Styxia is now an island...
The answer is quite simple. In the Mids, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could... And if they could do that, I'll see you at Memorial...
Hey, friend! Is the debate... Won a glorious defeat. Well, moving... I borrowed a mountain of books from only 30... Really? You're right.
Lady Tree...
Is something troubling?
No matter how Is that a fig...
In the past...
Lady Treeby, you know perfectly. I hope you're tough enough.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. We are just happy for you, that the core flame you're meant to...
Isn't it a little too soon?
But you already know there's no need to, because we embrace...
Thank you. This feeling...
And go do Trian. So, let's...
It's me. I hope I didn't... I'm here because if it isn't too much to ask... It isn't a long way from here.
I'd love to go in and take a look. Have you heard? Seems like all the rooms are...
Faith can dispel the Black Tide.
The streets are packed.
Take your ceramic shop. The Titans are just...
Oh, please.
And I pray that
That was... to this day, this peaceful sight. Before coming here... But back in those... I was... trudging. I was expected to grant... Is that how you... No matter how kind or taking away someone's... I can't do it. Their voices.
Ah, but you must respect...
No matter the titles.
This won't be the first time. Death. Then let me in. I don't. The sword has 3 arrows, but should they execute every pain? I'm asking you. Go. Walk. gain some... No, this is just the
You executioner!
Only... Thank you.
Do it then, executioner. I curse you to live in eternal pain.
Please, grant me release. When will this ever end?
Come. Fulfill your...
What are you trying to do?
I have aged. The final rest...
You're not that old yet.
No. For I have come to... Caster. Child. It was I've always... Indeed. Yet you can end any sin...
It doesn't matter how...
I've taught you. In the eyes of an idol, you can own... And when...
No!
Come now. Show me that you... Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least, that you possess the resolve.
Bloom.
May death protect us! Please cherish this as you wish. Eternal. Hurts a bit. Life is not so fragile. Root here. Some value, I...
You chose the wrong enemy. Ha! Receive divinity. Repay. Eternal step. Dead return!
This was the last time I followed her command. I gently touched the elderly woman before me. The executioner, who had seen too much death, died the same way as everyone else. I gasped for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips. Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished. I have nothing but... I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes out. It was a long... It seems the most... How did it disappear? And why do they... I continued my... I just want... Can I make any...
I don't want to die. Please, I fucking use this. Let me go. I don't want to die. Please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need it. I don't...
Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace. Embrace death. Walk alongside it.
Is that you, Castoris? All of them have gone, heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain. I must go too. I don't fear it, just I have some regrets. Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
I can't. These hands, they're too cold.
But Big Sister Castoris, your hands are so warm. Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
the day that Orynyx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do. Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove. And it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart. When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow, fate declared to me. It wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. And did I really think this time would be any different? It's not that I don't understand this reality. Just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death. I am resigned to eternal despair. Anything I wish to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until Orynyx laid bare the cruel truth before us. But now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling, but a perfect reflection of my past. Embraces in this world are born of, and yet, I have no reason for your sake. With that, let's put that aside for the moment. I want to retrieve a small the journey to seek an audience. No, it is. Look, it's right there. Huh? Where? What's going on? This is the coin of Zagreus and a slate. No doubt about it. It's a Lady Cipher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master thief whose... so many years have passed. Let's just do as the slate said. Look, it's right there.
There seems to be a new show at the bats today.
We must pursue her. Huh? This is a trick sheet. She's in court. This is how it should be. Lady Cipher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever.
Shouldn't you? Since I name your price. I'm
two come over to my place?
Piece of cake.
Alright, I'll see you then. Everyone cool with me collecting a deposit?
Ugh, she's incorrigible.
It's about time you do some exercise. Here we are.
Over here! Over here! No, not that way! This way! Come on. If I really... So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow. Whoa, that upset? Calm down. I'm just putting on a show with the meowing. Some people might have been into that a millennium. Loosen up, buddy.
Give me the jewelry piece first.
Oh, come now. Look. Isn't the view here just now that we've broken the ice? Let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has one. The seamstress found me. Two. The Council of Elders also found me. And last, but I'm telling you that I'm not interested. Don't go look for the Death Titan. Whoa! This is some high quality, and this room is full of it.
Some of it is family fortune, while the...
Wow! I should have well, spill.
Payment. For...
Did you forget my stance to all this?
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibility. I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never approached the demigod of trickery, but...
You know, maybe the gods got your tongue with their golden threads, Aglaya. Give me a reason why you're
We lost Tree.
Oh.
The divine power of passages is running out. I need another demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now.
This is Castoris's own. She's also made up her mind, as will you, Cypher.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard on the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember Trian's sacrifice. Maybe she'll remember the Count. Tell you what. Why don't...
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back. Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do. Return this deposit to you. Plus, giving you another room full of treasure.
You sound like you... In that case...
In conclusion, I want to win. So I hope you two can give up on going to Styxia. I'll give all the treasures in that room to... What do you think?
I decline. If we...
Oh?
I can't go into the detail.
Princess, homebuddy. You keep... But...
What are you trying to...
I'm saying...
The flame chase journey walks hand in hand with sacrifices.
Fine. But listen to me. Styxia? Yet, I've never been there. And I never plan to. Because even a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that place alive. And now I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. You know, you're not wrong.
I have lived a longer life than most people.
Then how are you going to live?
Then I'll give you...
Well, don't mind if I do. 80...
I'm so scared here. Be careful with that.
A minor change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow.
So, why are you changing?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit scared of the seamstress. Well, now that we've struck, it's gonna be a lot.
I keep on talking about this team, dog. I switched the team. Okay. In heels there. He is supposed to have around the place. Okay, it's Peter. Yo, man, I lie, you know, them really do them best to, like, you know, put the climax near. Cause how long I've been on the stream, dog? Brother, over 2+ hours. Cause what this have to do with the crest at all? Man, I think we need to read this shit, cause it don't matter. You know, you have no voice acting, so why am I for care about it? Brother, cause look, this now nothing to do with the quest, you know? Bumbleclad, this never have nothing to do with the quest. It's just a fucking...
You're... Totally. The trio. No need. I already told her.
Sorry.
Oh, did you know that that's the very fair... Hey! I'm just... Alright. Pass... Oh. One... You can't catch the wind. Get ready. Be steady. Huh? Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye. All done. Bye-bye.
Alright, that's sick.
Are you feeling all right? She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel anywhere in an instant. Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer.
Don't worry, Mem's here to help. Being cute isn't my only forte. I'm strong too.
This is Styxia, the city of dragons and waves. Anaxa hypothesizes that the missing Thanatos is somewhere in these ruins. This is the land of their birth. Or perhaps of their death. Anaxa had used a secret alchemical art to temporarily fuse his soul with Circe's and Kephae. And when he was on the verge of death, he was pulled by Thanatos and caught a glimpse of the flowing river of souls. This alchemy, considered a sacrilegious act, might actually make the souls of mortals and titans attract each other. Even though Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them. Perhaps...
Oh, so...
I guess the
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further. I believe that rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option.
Go back whence you came. Go back. What a beautiful butterfly.
This is a eulogistic butterfly. In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence. By turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures, it is as if the Titan has made life into a specimen. Others think of them as Thanatos' messenger.
The second theory sounds more believable. After all, the things they're saying are rather... direct.
Perhaps. But the fact... These shadowy figures... Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Do you...
Huh?
Wait. I'm not selling my fish to living people. You lot of...
Could it be that...
So...
But there aren't any...
Other fish I can only... keep selling.
Apologies. I don't have much in the way. Please relax.
This...
I knew it. These people aren't... They're supposed to reach the end of the West Wind by floating down the River of Souls. Yet, they have floundered upon the shoals of the stream, unable to move forward. Did Thanatos... I have no idea. Hang on. Didn't he say... more? Could it be that these souls...
If something is done out of
goodwill... Wait a minute.
That's me.
Could it be that...
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some...
It's because of vile living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood by all of them.
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way?
Then why have you come back?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world. But, it's about that boy who defied death.
Lord Mighty?
Oh, right! That's his name.
Huh?
Lady Cypher has always been a... If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all...
Don't worry. Orynyx's rune of recollection is nearby. You... Hey! Over here!
Make sure you keep it safe. Onyx's miracle has appeared.
Amazing! It's like we're inside a giant bubble. Even the river got parted. So this path actually didn't exist back then?
There are wandering souls of the deceased here as well. We must first return to the present before we can communicate with them.
Ah, by the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, since the current campaign requires the...
Foreign warrior?
A priestess, a warrior, and
a campaign?
Nobody knows. Of the scouts that went ahead, as for the rest of the
An unprecedented...
It seemed...
A world that has never... May I ask?
So he returned to Styxia. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at...
Styxia?
It all sounds
Sir, it could have...
The Queen?
Oh, it's the same lines.
Leave it to me. Sir...
Styxia. This ca...
Oh...
Sir...
Maiden of War.
Don't worry.
Is it over?
Cass...
Is this a remnant of his soul?
Well then, why should I place my holy maiden from...
Wait, I don't quite understand.
Since the prophecy has already pronounced your name as Chrysos, heir of death, Akima... However, you seem to have no intent...
I cannot deny your claim. It was the council that offered this room to me.
But why? I see. They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me.
And yet...
That's because I've woven many. Tidy up your precious garment.
I didn't think we'd find vestiges of...
Perhaps. But Indeed, But...
Could these dead monsters actually be... Why are the...
Even Thanatos would... These traces seem to suggest... Since the realm of the... Please stay back. Let me deal with these enemies. Every petal... All will be swept away by the wind. Root here. As you wish.
Bloom.
I shall remember this order.
Let's settle this. Receive divinity. Repay.
Some value, I suppose. Embrace a new life. Me wandering. The path ahead is blocked by the River of Souls again.
In that case, let's go back to the past. This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power. I want to make something with
If Dan Heng was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
If Lady Hycelens was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
we can't get through here, let us return.
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
Oh, this place must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
Please excuse me. I am but a scholar from a distant land who had them. Oh, and you.
I'm sorry.
That's because I didn't fall into the.
Why?
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not. But I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke. In escape, Cersei's above. What cowards humans are. For we.
I'm sorry.
That's all right, Holy Maiden. Cersei's above. Does this count as thinking till the moment I die?
I have seen too for some people. But...
Cat.
Yes. Because this is a wish that... But I've never been more...
I'll see you off.
Please cherish Liltir.
Some value, I suppose.
Eternals, the dead return! Move.
I shall remember this
Repent.
oath.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Life is not so as you wish. Embrace a new life.
Wow. That's fine and all. Do we need to...
But how should we get up there? The path is blocked yet again.
Oryx's 8 always appear.
How should we get up there? The path is blocked yet again.
Oryx's 8 always appears in times like this. How convenient. Look, there's even a platform lift over there. A chest of the past has been left behind, but none of its treasures remain inside. Wait, what if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
Mem, do you really want me to answer that?
Don't come.
Huh? Or is he
There's no need to be alarmed.
You have a point. While this might once have been the royal vault,
You've misunderstood us.
My goodness. I'm sorry to have bothered you. Wait a minute. You seem to be...
It's a long...
Thanatos?
Is it possible that...
Death. Could it be that you are here to defeat the...
Pollux.
According to the warriors under the Centurion's command, that evil dragon has been dead for quite a while. The curse that condemns people to death didn't originate from it, but they saw a girl within the dragon's...
Pray tell.
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in as for whether this rumor...
You have my thanks. Please, treat...
Thank you.
This is his...
Then you granted him
I did it out of...
sympathy?
That young man was fate. He could rely on that...
You feel that...
Yes. That's why he approached...
You are perhaps...
I've seen the people they had such perhaps death's authority.
I won't refute. It's a fairy tale. A tale told.
What? That means the girl born in the dragon's embrace. The personification of...
I've already had an inkling for... My memories only begin.
Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Always.
It's yet another eulogist butterfly. Are we getting closer to the nether realm?
Ah, this is...
Living ones?
Oh, could you be the... Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing?
Great work?
Have you heard of the great name? During the age of myth, a time likely before your...
But didn't...
Oh? Looks... Well, it's true that the missing girl can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her...
So... This is my guess. The deceased are supposed to drift down the River of Souls until they...
That's right. That's why it's imperative that I bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it that final ingredient. The final sacrifice is none other than the girl...
Huh? What's going on?
I know that I am no longer capable of carrying out that...
This
We had been inebriated in Fagusa's feast instead of unable to rest in peace. That child, please.
I promise that I will care for her as a mother.
By Fagusa above as her mother. Please bless this child with a name. Before.
Oh, like how Castorus.
That's... The sound's back.
Living ones!
Black Mister.
Be careful not to suffer the same.
Everyone, hide behind me!
All will be swept away by the wind.
Eternal stay.
Dead return!
Some value, I suppose.
Root here.
Bloom.
So this is the warmth of life.
As you wish. Embrace a new life.
There's so many of them. How are we holding up?
May death protect us!
Stay away.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Existence is unity.
I'll see you off.
Please cherish this root here.
Here. Divinity. Our souls. For the feast of strife. Upon their triumphant return. You?
Lord Mighty? Lord Mighty, you've been through some tough battles once again.
That black tide is endless. My death is only temporary. I will find my path of return and go back to the world of the living and continue my protection.
Lord Mighty, I have always wanted to. Why does death reject you?
I'm the one resisting it. I must resist the temptation to go with the flow. I'll go against the current and kill my way out of this cursed nether realm. That is my destiny.
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whispers. He's working hard every minute to deny death. It seems his battlefield is not limited to the world of the living. Lord Mighty, we're headed for the Matrix inside the...
Shaolin.
That's right. If...
Let's go together, Castorus. Let the person who has brushed against death countless times guide your way.
Cass, are you...
learned something.
But I've never repaired.
If I was more powerful, I would be able to carry one person with each limb and fly the four of us to the other side. The Rune of Recollection is here. Oh, could it be in that collapsed tower? It's still up to me to Just shout for me when you need. Got it! Just leave it to me.
Mem did it.
The pink squirrel.
The miracle's range is limited. Please come a little closer.
Aren't I a good fit for Orynyx's priest?
Of course. You're the most competent priest ever. The alchemical matrix should be behind this door. Is that...
Wow, there are so many of you! It's little Cass and little Gray. Oh, there's also little D and the Trian.
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend while going upstream in the River of Souls.
It really... just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way. I'm also unable to sense the aura of the living on Lady Trian.
Yup, you're right. Trian already knows that she'll not be able to return to everyone's side. But Trian believed that little Cass would eventually return to the Netherrealm. So, Trian has been standing here, at this spot closest to the world of the...
Oh, it must have been...
But according to what Trian said, Trian promised Trevi and Trinan that when little Cass got here, Trian would get the gift ready and be the first person to run over and welcome you. So, little Cass, we finally finished it.
This is what Lady Trevi once mentioned. The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
The Holy Maiden of Yanis. Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts are still connected.
Trian spent a lot of time drawing this.
It's seriously...
Little Cass, we don't know what your little Cass no longer has...
Only now, when I see... It's the first time I've gained... The first time I wore it. Looking back at all these... I took countless photos if I had known.
Trian says yes! Trian likes little Cass, and would love to...
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be captured.
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
There won't... This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Trevi, Trinan, and Trian's wishes finally...
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Miss...
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely! Little Cass, little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
Adrian.
The aura of this place. If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the Black Tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living. I have broken free from the chains of death countless times. This time will be no different. Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting. I will continue to fight till I die. Then rise from death. Till the miracle descends.
There is one more thing you should know, Lord Mighty.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova. You and I may be reincarnated as strife and death in the next cycle, becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to...
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters. Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. Anestia's love.
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind. In that case, seamstress, I suppose I no longer need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious after all.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please, follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final time. Castorus, please, live as a human, and die as one.
According to that alchemist, however,
The past?
I saw the twins of death in Kefali's memory. The trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial. She was consumed with regret over my death. That's because the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything. They died for me, and now lie in slumber.
You mean...
That's right. The River of Souls is no material river. It cannot be blocked by ordinary means. Only a and that's why... we have to awaken Pollux. We have to reforge its body with the power...
But Cap...
According to those departed spirits, but before we talk about that...
I heard them too.
I think they must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely. All because that wish is the reason Pollux.
So
we were instead showing things to a strand of yearning that lingers here.
But all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if—
That's fine. As Professor Anaxa often now, I shall reveal what they have been. Lady Trianne has already drawn. Then, let the ritual begin. And now, the objective is complete. That is all. Such is what Professor Anaxa always says after Pollux. I shall lift you from the rivet, if even the slightest Lady Almanette.
Did she recognize you?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here. Please, go on.
Yes.
There's no need to.
The world.
I understand that you chose to remain silent about the story to protect Castorus. But you no longer need to hide that story.
Oh, well. Styxia. The pearl of the ocean. From where you stand.
Indeed. Journeys and epics are only glorious and but I still can't take that as the final.
However.
Please enlighten me, Lady Alman. Your words might truly guide.
You and I are neither ward. But what if I refrain?
Love.
No one ever invented the word. The so-called Era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue. Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death, not out of fascination, but instead became fixated and
Therefore, death.
That's right, Castorus. If you truly intend.
I understand. Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Nestia's love was the chrysalis of gold. If the world was bereft of death, then the Queen of Styxia wouldn't have played midwife in delivering me into this world. You wouldn't have welcomed me into Idonia. And I thank you, Mother. I will use all the love. My teacher, Anaxagoras. Grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee, the stripped dead dragon's corpse. Rises from the earth, falls from the sky. As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world. The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace.
Don't get complacent.
Just in time.
Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead will return.
I'm in the final midst of the battle, dog. Like literally the last part of the whole shit.
Is the girl who once saved my life truly gone? weep in grief, I will grant you peace. Yes, it's me. I'm back. Embrace a new life. Darkness with me. Be careful. They may be moving by instinct, but there is fury welling up within them. Please, don't turn back to the Nether Realm. Oh, death. Sleep in peace. I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient death. And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux. I know this might not be what you wanted, but I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now. They may look scary, but as long
What's wrong?
Should I say I'm done for?
Are you...
What's wrong with him?
His time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid his soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return, all right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass. Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
It's a deal then. Please. Wait for me.
I wish they show like it a crack out of the fucking egg and then fly off and do it bullshit.
You still ended up back here.
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yes. Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Is that you, Plixia?
Do you remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier. However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about Thanatos, right?
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphorius.
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look off into the distance. Just like what you are doing now.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Plixia?
Where should I begin? A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins.
I'm not gonna lie, the always way for change like a crazy ass god into like a girl for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with Japan. Is it from Japan? Anyways, if you don't want to hear the rest, I mean come on for this.
As foretold in the prophecy, they were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member with our own hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life, so that I could ascend as the demigod of death. But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair. So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm. But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every soul goes. If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death and allowed to enter the Netherrealm to await reincarnation. If they raise their right hand, the soul is rejected by the Netherrealm and returned to the mortal realm to continue walking the earth.
That's why the Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other ever again. The half of Thanatos that represents life, the undying human who grants death, that was the curse I forced upon you.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. I died the moment I entered the world of the living. From then on, I Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped,
souls were denied their audience with death, and were left stranded within an ever-rising river of the dead. What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world a fate far worse than death instead. Then, what was left of my reason was left behind in the Netherrealm, where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring an endless loneliness.
Fate is absurd indeed. Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even so, we arrived at the same destination. We walked different paths, yet experienced the same pain.
I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past while sharing the same view of this landscape. I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation and watered it with our tears of loneliness. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will. Nor can the hand of shadow determine a person's remaining days, because the life and death of mortals should never be dictated by another's will.
Are you saying there's no point in Thanatos' existence?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own. Not even a god. Life and death weigh equally heavy. We both know that now, don't we?
You, too, must have had a difficult life. We've taken quite the ridiculous journey together, haven't we? I had a feeling, even back then, that we would meet again one day. Not to embrace one another after a long separation, but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written. And let us draw this seeming leap. It's been far too long. I always hoped I would see you among them. But I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face you again, but more than anything, I was afraid that you might have forgotten all about me.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia? I made it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder Death's authority on your own anymore. It was always meant to be held in two hands anyway. So, let's give our core flame to him, and have him take it back to the mortal realm. Give humanity back their cycle of life and death. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls. We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together, and create a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come. What do you think, Polixia?
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold by the prophecy, Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As the Chrysos heir of death, as their demigod, as a titan, our fated moment has arrived once again.
Just like before.
Yes, just like before. But unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time are prepared.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. As long as you're here with me. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death. And light the spark of life ablaze. You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the Netherrealm, perching on the twig of death.
I will. After this, I will remain permanently in the Netherrealm. The River of Souls shall return here and rain down from the sky, scattering souls across the earth. The cycle of life and death will flow once again. This sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
Thank you. Just one last thing. Can you grant me one wish?
Of course. What is it?
Please, don't forget me.
I promise you, when we meet in the next world, even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still hold you tightly in my arms. Just like what I did when we were born.
Casterus, you're as beautiful as a fleeting butterfly.
I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
Never the end. It's always like an epilogue.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 15th entry hour is already at hand. When this farce is over, your soul will be placed on the scales of life and death. Are you ready?
No need to ask so many times. Of course I am.
Then why do you drag your feet? Is your fear of crowds holding you back again?
I simply find them too noisy. Paying attention to conceited fools like them would be an utter waste of my time.
Such harsh words. As I see it, you are no less arrogant than they are.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh. I did not expect to hear that from you. Are you not going to refute me?
I know myself better than you think I do. At the very least, better than a stowaway like you.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words. Well, that is exactly why I chose you.
Should I thank you for the compliment?
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer. Do you recall where we stopped the last time?
You were saying that Amphorius's history is cyclical.
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end. Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nikador and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history. For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor. That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together. If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis. And you too will get the answer to your question.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your hypothesis, the girl will be shattered.
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness. If you are overly cautious, then you'll never have the gumption to make the first step. And change will never come.
But
besides, I, Anaxagoras, am destined to overturn this farcical world. Come, let us go and teach those pathetic worms one final lesson.
Yep. Fight anyways.
Fine.
Let those cry. Let them hear the.
As always, that woman knows how to stir.
Professor Anaxa.
Everyone must cast their vote.
Prof.
Akama has stood strong under this system, but that is not what you're asking, is it? I didn't spend all those years teaching you for nothing.
To tell the truth, I feel like I'm on my way to an execution chamber instead of a podium. So...
No, I don't.
I thought so.
Because that question is not... Is Aglaya entrusting the world to you the right decision? Don't make me laugh. That is a question that woman must answer herself. Why are you fretting about this on her behalf? Or have you been seeing yourself as her pawn all this time? Listen up. I'll say this only once. Flip your perspective around and ask yourself this instead. What should I do to ensure that the world doesn't stray from the correct path? That is what you should be thinking about. You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer. Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
Got it. Thank you, Professor Anaxa.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
Who will you be voting for?
That'll depend on how well you perform. May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
actually not necessarily.
Elders and citizen, Finan of Ides Elysiae.
Much obliged, Lord Lycus.
I remember him. Where's Lady Goldweaver? Why is she sending this guy?
Can this dude really fade?
By Kefali above, as you look upon me, so too do I see you. I see your fear and misgivings, your apprehension about the discord between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond the horizon illuminated by Kefali, at the crisis threatening to overwhelm us.
What?
Ides Elysiae, my beloved hometown, is a village forgotten by time. It is a place with the most invigorating breeze and wheat fields that spread all the way to the sea. I once thought that there I would enjoy a lifetime of peace and quiet with my friends and family. How I wish I could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't, because she and all that she nurtured, all that I loved, they have long been devoured by the black tide. My beloved home is no more. I will never forget the day the black tide struck. My father, Hieronymus, fought with a broken sword to his last breath to protect his child. My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters. Also, I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last. Pythias, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her, crushing her. And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters. They kept saying the same thing over and over. Even up until the final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal peace with my sword. Why, Finan? Aren't we the best of friends? That is the black tide. A looming threat that can bring Akuma to its knees any time. Kindness may have promised that with the 3 Titans of Calamity Con, Akuma will return to an era Chrysia once more, but much as it pains me, I must disappoint you. While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back, they are still coming. By now, the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they hunger for the core flames of the gods.
Lies! If such a powerful enemy is indeed approaching, why is Akuma still a picture of peace?
Exactly! The city of Akuma shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos. And why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to think about this. Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly in peace today because the danger has passed? No! This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up
and shielded Akuma from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear. The Council of Elders claims that Aglaya will one day forsake the people because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akuma away from the Flame Chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood and buried in greed, fear, and vanity. Allow me to lay it bare before you. It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akuma's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with vermin.
You insolent whelp!
It is true that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making up baseless accusations about her and scheming in the shadows. Not once has she ever failed Akuma. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity? They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akuma. Once more, I implore you to open your eyes and look at those around you. Examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human or the poisonous glands of a pest? Make your judgment, then turn your gaze to the demigods whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? And those who wear the mask of humanity yet utter only hurtful, slanderous words. Can you not see that their souls have been corrupted by power? Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, rest assured that you, for Aglaya, Tribios, and I, will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives to upholding your decision. And this vow will stay true until the end of our days, where it will be passed on to future Flame Chasers. A steadfast and unwavering promise that shall endure through the ages.
Absolutely right. The Christ players have only our best.
At the present time, on the scales of Talenta, each faction holds an...
As expected.
And now,
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
No, you're the last. Cast your vote with care, for your decision will break this impasse.
I have long since made a decision.
Very well. May...
You've done well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotions was a prudent move. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Amphorius, but before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all who are gathered here. Will you, as Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the Assembly, regardless of outcome?
In the interest of fairness, I make no promises, lest it should influence your decision.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
What's he doing?
The stakes are high. Let's...
Cut the act! Who do you think you are,
Lord Anaxa, please do not forget that I...
Rule number 1. Do not call me Anaxa. Rule number 2. Never interrupt me. Silence.
Just vote already. What are you waiting?
Your vote. Cast your vote.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and use to your advantage?
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated? Oh, Circes. Or should I say Calypso? Accompany me on this final journey. Let us journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question and validate my decision. We need only to follow the sound of the tides.
You. Well done, child. Just as I foresaw.
Teacher.
What a twist. You cherish the truth, even so, child. Do not.
I'm
as the
saying,
sake
wow.
of- Go now, child. And when you reach,
You have my...
may Circe say.
You are right. May we meet again.
Silence!
Behold, Circes. Here at this... for this place.
Professor, I completed the proof you wanted.
Thank you, Castorus.
The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to the Flame Chase journey and nothing else.
Elder Kindness,
I have deciphered the truth of this world.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By carefully enter Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed.
No! Ligus, you can't! Anaxa, what? I hope you are prepared for the harsh punishment awaiting.
Have you forgotten?
You put on such a grand performance.
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken. I may be paranoid by nature. If you really understood me, Lady Kindness, you'd realize that I never had any, because I, and I alone, am the truth.
Lady Kindness, with all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly. I have observed that Akama has chosen her destiny.
You! It seems not everyone is ready for the by your leave, Lord.
Interesting. Elders and citizens, your attention, please. What is this for?
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphorius. But I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Tell me, who among you dare swear to Kefali's name that Era Nova will truly welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have...
Nonsense!
No one? Must I pick somebody? Very well. You! No? Fine. Next.
What are you trying to do?
Useless. You're—
Hey! Mud!
So, no one? I see. In that case, Finan, answer me this. Your speech was filled with such passion just now. How confident, then, are you in making this promise?
Professor, what are you doing?
Let him continue with his performance.
Will you look at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the courage to make such a promise. And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway. But you needn't worry, because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is precisely why I am here today. To give you one final lecture. Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare everything that the Flame Chase journey promises is true. Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesied demigod who shall succeed Kefali, will reforge each and every one of us in the new world with his complete, intact memories.
What?
The core flame-bearing titans were the Chrysos heirs of yesterday, and the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames today will become the titans of tomorrow. All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kefali's protection shall step into that new world.
This is your blasphemy!
It's impossible. What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you, even in our next lives? Enough, you blasphemous imbecile! How dare you try to deceive us with all these lies and falsehoods? How can you prove?
I told you, don't interrupt me. But since you've asked, I shall be kind and indulge you. My statements are based on my experiments on the divine body of Kefali themselves. You heard me correctly, everyone. With the tacit approval of Kindness and the Council of Elders, I fused my soul with the god through alchemy and learned the truth behind Era Nova.
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
I, the vile, wretched blasphemer, deserve nothing less than death for my sins. And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent and aided in committing this atrocity, should face punishment alongside me!
By the gods! Even Kindness has betrayed Akuma!
The catalyst! We're carefully evolved!
I had no knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Council of Elders bears no responsibility for his actions. Lord Lygus, as the esteemed Theoros, are you going to simply stand by and allow the Council of Elders to be dragged through the mud?
If the accusation is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built in a day, nor will it be shattered overnight. Repercussions await those who fool the people, and punishment must be meted out on those who abandon their vows. We should...
You...
Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment in the name of the fairness of Talantin and the justice of Kefali. Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Akima's codex as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully wield this authority.
The honor is mine to bear.
How is this?
Elders and citizens, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has made his statement clear. As per Akima's codex, I request all present citizens to stand with me in exercising the right of judgment. First, Elder Kindness of Akima and Ligus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law, leading to the egregious blasphemy against a god. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, Akima is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent judgment. Curse you! Now, concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, he has confessed to grave blasphemy against Kefali. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution, for a chance at a reduced sentence and possible pardon.
Professor.
What decision?
Enough with the hesitation, Aglaya.
Let him die!
Then, in O Talantin on high.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castris while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos. Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends.
Hours is insane.
Every departed soul who has arrived here has expressed the same. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves. These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal, but in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life, flourishing as the bearers of countless souls. And it is my duty as the Master of Death to tend to their well-being and foster their growth in this serene haven. Similar to the structured cycle of life and death in the mortal world, these flowers too shall wither and fade, returning to the earth and then ascending to the sky with mist and tides. Eventually, they will descend to the mortal land as gentle rain. Every soul undergoes the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, albeit in varied forms, until the world meets its end. Yet, sadly, there's no time left for Emphorius to wait for when the... Now, death is the power at my fingertips. It once led the souls of the deceased here, but I shall open the gate of the Netherworld and return you to the realm of the living. In exchange, please, take the core flame of death with you and complete the flame chase journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain. Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny. That being said, it is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, you will succumb and be forever ensnared by the Netherworld's grasp. Please consider this a one-time exception. I will do everything in my power for the Flame Chase journey, and for your life, the only life I can save. I am glad to hear that.
Over here!
I believe in you.
Please, I beg you, look back for me. Don't go.
Lift your chin up high and step forward with us toward tomorrow!
That's right. Keep your eyes on the dawn.
Onward. Show me your courage.
Partner, we shall become heroes together.
All of this is proof that you once lived. Your soul, your memories, the years you've journeyed through, and the path they revealed, leading you back home. So, continue onward. Do not stop moving forward, and do not let her sacrifice and the support of all who have stood by you be in vain. Over here, friend! Take my hand. Let's go home.
At last. I knew you could do it. Your soul is still perfectly whole. As if some kind of force is trying its best to keep it together. Is it Orynyx's final blessing? Or is it a miracle of your own? It's truly incredible. Such a strange surge of familiarity. So hard to describe. Perhaps it is fate, once again fulfilling its own design. Or perhaps it is the laws from beyond the sky, so familiar to you, that intertwined our fates long ago. It seems that this is the riddle which cannot be solved anytime soon. The sensation of becoming a demigod is truly wondrous. It's as if the river of souls is winding its way through the depths of my spirit, transforming with each breath mission. I promised you that I would do everything in my power to give it another meaning. Now, as I stand as a demigod and destiny draws to a close, I can finally end it in a way that is as beautiful as it deserves. The wish I once sought, every touch, they will radiate. The other shore is very cold. May I borrow your warmth? One last time. Thank you for fulfilling this wish of mine. The place I'll be going to is what humans call the Land of Sorrows. But with this heartbeat and the residual heat of this embrace, I shall turn the Netherrealm into a gentle place of rest. This embrace may be brief, but it's the proof that I once lived. Farewell, then. May we reunite in the new world.
That grand and absurd performance was what you've been seeking your whole life?
I gave up everything in search of truth. And it culminated in this very moment. You, on the other hand, performed as I expected. You did not hesitate when you saw the chance to attain power. It's as if you...
Crave power, like a fly craves rot.
Those are your words, not mine.
But what you said at the end... Did you already know what I had planned for Thynan?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is clearer than anyone else. You've nearly exhausted your humanity. You're no different from my current state as a walking corpse.
That's true. I've long since burned to ash over the past 1,000 years. Only he is capable of unleashing a raging fire that rivals our final great enemy, Aquila.
So, this is our last chance. How about we let go of the bad blood between us? May I resonate with your core flame, Aglaya?
Please do.
That's impossible. To persist with your soul thin to such an extent. You're insane.
Just as you fight to lug your corpse onward to complete your unfinished goals, I have my own reasons for doing this. Until Thynan grows into his position as the prophesied leader, I must continue to lead everyone on the Flame Chase journey. I must keep inching forward, even if only as an empty shell.
I've long predicted this was the case, but I didn't think you'd already lost so much. How ironic. We would have avoided so many misunderstandings if you and I had just spoken this candidly before. But casting aside our ideological differences, there is one thing you and I agree on.
Thynan.
Yes. He was born to be a hero. He understands the hearts of the people, and I can confidently say he is a far better leader than you. Only he is capable of fulfilling your mission. Sadly, he is a man cursed by Nestia. But by my estimates, his horribly elaborate sense of style should not impede Era Nova.
Congratulations are in order. We found common ground at the very end of our destined paths.
When you put it that way, it makes me want to take back what I said.
Aglaya, we're back. Come welcome our great hero reborn from the ashes.
I hope he didn't hear your earlier assessment.
It wouldn't be the first time I criticized him. A man should be aware of his own shortcomings.
I'm glad. But I don't see Castris among your number.
It looks like she not only helped me prove my theory, but helped you fulfill your mission as well.
She might not have been able to change her fate, but she still wrote the final verse of her epic herself. Trinin, please recite the prophecy for us. Trailblazer, please surrender that scalding core flame for us as well. You are the only life she ever saved by her own hand in her 1,000 years on this earth. I believe no one is more qualified for this noble task.
O gods who have returned, and gods who are still watching, today we bring you a soul laid the hand of shadow, Thanatos. Remembered there was one who joined hands with the Titan. A traveler risen from the dead and reborn among mortal kind. O majesty of the we seek your divinity. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the Step forward, trailblazer from beyond the sky, and together with us, surrender the core flame and carve their star into the sky.
Constellation for death.
For life and death, to be more precise.
Look! It's...
No, it's only a divine echo. I think she's here for the trial.
What did she say?
That's the language of the Titans. Casterus... No. The Titan. They said... I have illuminated the cold shadow of death.
Onwards. For your path to the future is bright and its flame eternal. Do not forget.
She made quite a scene.
I won't stop you.
Professor.
What's with that look? So, let's get this execution over.
You never change, do you, Professor? I don't understand. If your theory is correct, you'll lose all memories of your past life once you become a Titan. So what's the point of becoming a god?
Of course there's a point. Even if I forget who I am, I'll still have my brilliant mind. It goes without saying, I'll find a way to retrieve memories of my past life. Besides, I still have you, don't I?
I still don't really understand what you said during the assembly.
Then allow me to tell you, right, what exactly are we? My answer is that the Chrysos heirs are the future Titans and vice versa. Of course, this answer only applies to us. So, what are we when it comes to regular mortals? The very essence of the world, our souls, are tiny invisible seeds that hold records of each person's memories of the world. And we are the buds that sprout from these seeds to grow into great trees.
Is that what new sporism means?
Correct. Once our physical bodies are born, we just as seeds are to destroy our very... That person is so. And especially...
Anaxa.
That is all I have to say.
Farewell. Great.
Are you satisfied, Honorable Titan?
Very. I hereby swear I have borne witness. Thus, I shall confer. You shall transcend the peaks of purity.
Oh, so that's a god's... Oh, Cersei.
Well, but...
What is it? Maybe...
As you've so bold... If that is the case...
But... we should allow the children of human...
Rejoice, Cersei. I sow the seeds of suspicion in the new world with your soul!
And now, the objective is complete. That is all.
Thankfully, she's still alive. Was March 7th also in this condition when she was first rescued by the Express? But she still woke up naturally. I do not have conclusive evidence. Perhaps March... Think about it, Miss Himiko. Unfortunately, short-term memory is an entirely different but an individual who has lost their ability to remember turns in. The belief of the Garden is that the past is made up of memoria. Therefore, when a person is affected by the path and loses their ability to Is Miss Himiko In other words, that's not a problem, of course. The true reason behind a world that can only be seen through the Garden's mirror means that memo keepers have the right to keep the world in their private collection. If those paths they might unleash their I chose to remain quiet before, because I did not want to involve... You can be even bolder with your... I cannot be certain. I am deeply sorry about what has happened to March 7th. But the deal, Miss Himiko, the wise... Let me take back a part of what I said just now. Although we indeed struck a deal, it seems like It's fully... Their gaze has just swept across Emphorius.
Oh, how interesting. I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her head. What's even more interesting is that the word Emphorius has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun.
It's,
What are you two whispering about?
please pardon me.
The ones who need help are the Astral Express. You will have to put up with my methods, even if they... Let's get back to the topic. Not only does this person know of Emphorius, But there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place. I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection. Since I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why don't I...
You're planning to...
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did. See these Herda mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit. But of course, these corners of the cosmos must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communication.
I see. You do...
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Then, sit back. All right, now that everything is ready, mirrors, get to work.
What long is this fucking shit, dog? You know what? That's it. I'm done. I'm done, dog. I'm done. I'm sorry. I can't do this. Is over 4 hours. Over 4 fucking hours. Dog, they can't expect to be getting away with this. You can't. Brother, I've been on this game for so long, dog. You can't go in this thinking you will be in it like 3 hours and done. Yo, starting from now, this is going to be like separate shit. Because I was planning to finish first and then go to ZZZ. But it looks like I'm not going to go to ZZZ for now. Anyways, thanks for watching. Thanks, I really appreciate